Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Before we jump into analysis, I just want to direct your attention to the bottom of the stream. There's a risk disclaimer there. Trading futures is risky. Trading any assets is risky. Anything that you see on the stream should not be misconstrued as financial advice. And the stream runs about 5 to 10 seconds variable behind live. So anything that you see happening on stream has already happened in the past. With that out of the way, the NASDAQ is continuing to chop, which is what it has done for the last 72 hours. This is a very tight ranged week. The low is down here at around 29K. The upper is around 29,480, so not even a 500-point range this week. And that's the widest part of the range. Most of the range has actually been inside of this value area, which the NASDAQ has been respecting. It touched it perfectly in the overnight. That's at 29,100 and 29,300. So about 200 range of just nothing but chop here in the middle. You can see that the red lines here are not order flow signals, but they are just designating the edges of value on the weekly chart. You can see we touched it in the low, and here off the open, we are running straight back up into that level again. We had PCE this morning. I believe that it came in just a little bit hotter than people expected. The market didn't really respond very strongly one direction or another. We're kind of sitting in the same area. I think the NASDAQ is a bit flat. We'll check where all of the different indexes are at here in just a moment. I expect it to be a very choppy day. The NVDA has earnings after the bell. So I think the market is waiting for a signal for what that's going to be tomorrow. And I think through the weekend, we have Jackson Hole, which is a Fed meeting where they decide on policy for kind of the upcoming year. That's something that's sort of like an ongoing event. It's not like a one-time thing, but there may be bits of news or other things that sort of leak out of there that the market may react to. So it's just one of those weeks where I think the market is kind of waiting for more information about where it wants to go. There was more talk in the overnight, I think sometime yesterday, that there was supposedly a peace deal that was being brokered between the US and Iran. I think it was Russia and Pakistan that were reporting on that, but the US and Iran have not commented, at least as far as I have seen. And I think actually the US might have said that nothing has changed in the talks. Regardless of that, oil was down about 1 to 2% overnight. I don't know if people are just like incredibly short oil, and there's just like uh, I really don't understand oil being down in the current environment. I do if there's like an actual peace deal, being brokered right now. But if there's not, then I kind of don't understand, why equities are flat and why oil is continuing to go down. So, uh, you know, sometimes there's just bigger things happening than you can understand as a trader. I'm a futures trader. I'm looking for, 60 to 90 points on the NASDAQ, depending on where my position is. So I don't really need to have opinions about what's happening on a global scale. Just kind of musing my thoughts out loud as to like, some of the moves that we're seeing in different places just kind of don't make sense to me. So looking at the different indexes, the NASDAQ is basically flat. ES is basically flat and YM is basically flat. So if you can't get possibly more choppy slash holding pattern than that, the less than 500-point range on the NASDAQ for the week should tell you everything that you need to know. Bitcoin rallied up to 80K earlier this week before pulling back. It's now down at 78, also sitting about flat. Silver and gold are down a little bit. The VIX is up barely, not quite 1%. Just not a lot of excitement across the board yet. So not to say that there won't be a good trading opportunity or scalp in here somewhere, but I don't expect a lot of movement to happen. So it's one of those weeks that there's lots of news, there's lots of events taking place, and uh, just gotta kind of sit with it and know that that's the case and trade accordingly. But yeah, it's been a really choppy week. It was really choppy on Monday. If you watch the stream there, I took a couple of stops trying to get short, thinking we were going to go lower. And I think that might have actually ended up being, let me check. So this was Monday. And this was yesterday. So yeah, I think where we were shorting was almost the low of the week if I go back here. Yeah, we were getting short down here, and the Nasdaq hasn't gotten back near 29K since then. So just, this is just gross. Like if I zoom out, right, and I look at last week, last week's range was from, 30,000, call it 330, all the way down to, it was like almost 1,000 point range. We're like less than half of that this week. And even though our range is a little bit on the wider side, we've actually spent most of our time here right in the middle. We're like just above the weekly point of control right now. So let's take a look at equities. So lots of flat stuff, as you can imagine, with where the indexes are at. United Health is up the most, up 1.5%. And on the downside, ExxonMobil Energy is down about 1%. And in between, we have Intel down a little bit. Intel has pulled back quite a bit in the last week or two, sitting down here at 87. NVDA, which is the one everybody is watching, is, let's see if it stops ping-ponging around, is down about 0.5%, along with Google. So it's really just like nothing's kind of leading the way. Nothing is kind of really like, pulling interest higher. It's just, yeah, it's just a choppy week. So we may get more information from NVIDIA after the bell. That's kind of been the bellwether for the NASDAQ and the AI story, as NVIDIA has led the way basically since the beginning there. Um, and it's not very far off its high. I mean, the indexes themselves aren't even very high, far off their highs. So it's hard to be bearish, but it's also really hard to trade right now because it's just not moving around in kind of a predictable fashion. Most of our rotations are smaller and most of our rotations are, inside of a chop zone. So I'm going to be patient today. I'll let the opening range get set like I usually do. So 30-minute opening range to see kind of what we're working with. So far, we have about 100-point opening range, which is not really enough to get me excited. I think what I'm going to play, depending on how the opening range gets out, is or plays out, is like looking for shorts probably above the top of weekly value around 29,300 if we get something up in this area, and potentially looking for a long if we happen to break the overnight low, which is also the bottom edge of weekly value. It wouldn't be like a buy when we get there or a short when we get there. It would be an observation once we get there. And then the play for that is to, take profit on the way back to the middle of the range, hopefully, whether that's coming up from the bottom or coming down from the top. That's typically how you trade weeks like this. But we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm here for all of it. So yeah, that's where we're at this week. Also, if you're newer this week and you've been trading and you've been getting chopped up, it's probably not just you. It is choppy on intraday time frames. It is also choppy on higher time frames. So when you've got weeks like this, if you're on the newer side, you really have to be patient to either A, wait for, really good setups, um, or B, just decide that after the first couple days of the week that, you're not interested in touching this anymore. So, and our live stream so far in terms of viewers looks rather slow, and I think that that's also indicative. I could start using that as like a as like a benchmark for how choppy the market is, because I do think there's a lot of people that just get frustrated during weeks like this because, everybody that's trading is, wants it, including me, like wants to come in and have it like, moving around and uh be able to get some nice rotations, get some direction, be able to have the market pick one direction for long enough to be able to take profit in one area. And, I think when that doesn't happen, particularly newer traders get frustrated. I think traders that are more experienced, like myself, like I just kind of know to either don't touch it or just touch it, with an abundance of caution. But everything just feels like very quiet. Like the market feels incredibly quiet, even though I think if you like look at the overall picture of like, potentially an intervention by the Fed into the bond market, which is not a small event. All of the stuff with the war in Iran, we have inflation still going up, gas prices are still high, and yet the market still seems to kind of be defying gravity when it comes to all of those things. And I think this is like such a good example of like the news cycle, the world events, inflation, all of the stuff doesn't sound like it's painting a positive financial story. But, if you're a day trader, you're trading price action, right? Nice little push there from the buyers right up to the edge of weekly value there. That looks a little bit newsy as my depth of market decided to freeze here. We'll see if we'll give it a second to come back to life. That sometimes happens when news drops. The data feeds choke just a little bit. I'll give it just a few seconds to come back to life. There you go. Got a sell imbalance up there, just above the weekly value. They took out the overnight high there. Not doing a ton of volume just yet. You can see the volume profile on the top right side is just kind of like sitting there for now. Let's see if they build out any volume up here. Oops. So you can see where we're sitting right here. We're right up against these white lines are value. So this is like 70% of the overall volume for the week is happening between these two white lines, which are the red lines that you see on my chart here that I just drew manually so I can see them. Let's go see how big this imbalance is here at the top. 306. It's like this 80, 83. That just tells you that we're not trading very much volume when that's the imbalance size that we're working with. See a bunch of sellers clustered here just above where the high is. I'm not trading this yet, but if my thesis holds for what this session is going to be, I think we're going to fade from here. Just going to reduce the number of imbalance levels from the overnight and just kind of clean up here, because I think in this environment, I want to be working off of whatever the strongest levels are, and just kind of I'm going to let it play out between those. Oh, and the other thing that's supposedly going on at the same time is more tariffs with Canada. I don't know if that actually is going to play out, but Trump was at least threatening it this week, so just kind of chaos. And yet the market is stuck. And the price is already struggling with the top edge of value here. And you can see on the profile, there's just like, it's just declining interest, like as it goes up, just lighter and lighter volume. Just want to see how far from the point of control for the week we are. It's 222, so we're about 60 points from there. It's going to be back there in just a second. That's already kind of like the trade idea that I was talking about just a moment ago. Uh, you know, shorting outside the week's value, and now you're right back to the point of control. Or sorry, you're headed towards the point of control. The weekly point of control is at 220. So back down to here. It's actually where the the point of control uh, for RTH or for this session is so far as well. So if you were short at 300, or if I was short at 300, I'd be looking for 40. I think I'd probably still be using a 20-point stop just because the range is so tight now. We used a 30-point stop on Monday because sellers came out just like swinging hard. Lots of volatility off the Monday open, and then everything just like chopped and compressed for the rest of that session. We're seeing some of these imbalances flag, but everything that ScalperIQ flags is relative to the overall session that it's in. So these imbalances that we're seeing almost are really hard to pick out. Even here on the side on the delta volume profile, there's not really anything like sticking out. So it's just flagging ones that are, you know, the quote strongest for the session, but doesn't mean that they are strong overall from an order flow perspective. Like if I see this and then I can't pick it out over here, I just kind of don't pay attention so much. So now the weekly value, it's like the weekly value is lining up with the top edge of this session's value area exactly right at 300. And this session's point of control is basically right at the weekly point of control. Oh boy. If we get through here, let's see what else exists. So from yesterday's session, there's this sell imbalance from Globex around 350, and there's this absorption area around 372. So gonna try to push higher here. I'm gonna scroll up to first kind of point of reference here, which is 350, which is an imbalance from the Globex session yesterday. See if we get up there, see if there's any reactions. Opening range is set in about 3 minutes-ish. Gonna have about, depending on what this does here for the next couple minutes, we'll have about a 150-ish point opening range, which is quite small. Sometimes trading edge of value like this can be really tricky. You saw like there were some reactions to it, enough to maybe get you short if you were playing that, and then they held a higher low and pushed up to new highs. So sometimes you have to let it trade past that area, and then get back below it before you decide to do anything with it. But we are incredibly low volume, low volatility right now. So I think the whole idea about uh, the market waiting for NVIDIA earnings is probably right on the nose. We're hopefully soon exiting what I would consider summer trading, though, next couple weeks probably. So there's the opening range getting set, about 150 points. Just moving my contracts from 2 to 3. If I do take a trade, it'll be with a 20-point stop. I'm going to be right back to the top edge of this week's value. Let's see if they can get it under this. That's a yes. Wish this imbalance here at 312, I think it's this negative 72. I wish that was larger to play off of. But it's not. There's a buyer chasing. When I say buyer chasing, I mean you see somebody jump from like 305 to I think he jumped up to like 311 or something to try to get filled for 50 contracts. I don't read that as bullish. I read that as buyers being a bit overconfident about where they think price is going to go. Really just going to kind of wait for this to see if it can get under 300 and get stuck there. You have some buyers stacked underneath 300. I think just like looking, yeah, just looking for under 300, back under the top edge of weekly value. And if we get underneath there and can't get back above, then look to take a short trade and see if we can get back down to like 220-ish. No trades yet, David. Haven't missed anything. It's been slow, but good morning. The main trade idea that we're looking at right now, these red lines on the chart correspond to the edges of value for the weekly chart. And yeah, we're looking to kind of like, if it goes, now that we're up here, we're looking to potentially fade it down, back down to 220 if we get underneath 300. So buyers push this up here, but you can see just tapering volume on the way up, just not a lot of interest there. There's 300. But right now still trying to hold it as support. See if maybe they can get it back to like 290, which is the Globex open, and then come back up to 300. There we go. All right. And see if they give me a look at 300. Stop will be at 320. Back above this imbalance, giving it 20 points to work with. First target is 240. Just want to see them touch 300 again. Oop, don't want to see them touch 300 like that though. All right, I'm short at 300, looking for 240. See if the edge of weekly value holds. I'm going to go ahead and actually put my bid there. Things I hate about Motive Wave is it won't snap to whole numbers very well. 40.25 is close enough. If we get down close there, I'll adjust it and take the last tick. Willing to take a couple of stabs at this trade, but probably not more than that. We get below 260. It's like 20 points from target. I'll probably move my stop to break even. All right, that's right at 1-to-1 risk. So this is right at what our stop is. I don't love this delta zone and these tops sitting in our way right now, but this is just what happens when you're fading a move to the upside. You're going to have areas where it might hold to the downside. There's just not any way around that. So there's a chance that buyers hold here in like the 275-ish area, but you got to give it space to work. We'll move stop to break even here, and we break below 60. Another like 5 or 6 points. And just showing what that looks like on a higher time frame. So got right above the edge of weekly value and now pulling back from there. So we're just looking to kind of come back to the middle of the range. I'm not going to hold all the way to 220. I'm just going to use that 220 as a magnet to get me close to my order at 240. All right, there's 260. Stop is going to break even. Just going to cancel my upper stop. All right, can't lose on this trade now. Pretty decent entry, actually. I was patient enough to watch that little pop happen beforehand. Ooh, and we're filled. Nice. That was fast. That was one of my better trades of this week so far. So all flat there. Weekly point of control is the same as this session's point of control, so they might get it there. But hit and run today, 100%. And if you watch the stream on Monday, I took 2 stops there. It didn't trade yesterday. So that was 3-to-1 risk to reward right there. So from a small red week to a green week just on one trade. And that's why I like to trade with tight stops and 3-to-1 risk to reward if I can, because I get stopped pretty often. But that was like my favorite type of trade because I was in that trade for all of, see, I think I was in at 9:08 and now it is, I was in that trade for like like 6 or 7 minutes, I think. A little exhaustion from the sellers there. Now you're just kind of back into this chop zone from the overnight. This is also one of those trades that like I'm interested in taking that kind of the first time it's up here. If they happen to rally and get it back up here again, I probably won't take it a second time. That starts to become kind of like a knock on this level, and usually the first time up there is usually cleaner. Um, the other trade that we talked about, which I don't know if they have enough range to get it there, but this is the bottom edge of weekly value, so it would be the exact same trade, but in the opposite direction, right? So you would wait for a price to get below probably the overnight low outside of weekly value. And then if it sets up as it gets back into, back above this level to potentially get long and then look for 220. So, and really all you're doing, like it's not like fancy, like you can use volume or not use volume in the sense of like, this has kind of been the range for the week, right? You know, we had one little push out, we had a little push down, but otherwise just right in the middle. So until it shows you that it wants to move directionally, then, you know, your job as a trader, in my opinion, is to fade the edges. Also, I think the last few trades that I've taken, I've been holding runners, which is something that I think I said I wasn't going to do as I was trading this eval account. But there were just some times that like I had, you know, 3 contracts on and there was like a further away target, or 2 contracts on and a further away target. And I think, I don't think that worked. It worked one time, like one time out of 4, I think. The rest of the time I got stopped on the runner. And then I just like, mathematically that hurts me because then I'm not taking enough. Like I got to first target. And if I was flat there, I would have had a much more green week last week. But, you know, 6 in one, half dozen in the other. It's could have gone the other way. But I think there's something to be said for like just looking for your setup and, you know, not holding for longer. Like maybe the rule needs to become is like if I take a second trade that goes into profit, then I'm able to hold a runner, but the first one has to just be like off it, or 3 to 1. Because it sucked because I think last week was like a small red week for me, which like is not like a big deal, but I think it would have been a pretty decent green week had I just like taken stuff off at first target and not held a runner. And this is kind of why I said I didn't want to wait for 220. It's just like a little bit too exact. I think sometimes when people are trading, and I've made this mistake before too, is like you want something, preferably, you know, like they always say, they're like, you know, get short at resistance, buy at support, et cetera, et cetera. I would make the argument that you want to get short at resistance and buy on the way to support, because support is like an area, right? Like it's not typically just like one price. It's usually like a zone of prices. And like as you get into that zone of prices, the probabilities of a potential bounce or reversal get exponentially higher when you get into that area. Just like, we were like, I think there's a chance for some kind of a pullback or reversal up here, and it's an area, right? So if you were long from down here, you know, probably serves you well to be taking profit on the way to this spot, you know? So that's why I actually really like this trade, because I could be short at 300, stop back outside of value and above this little spike right here. And then I know that I can get my profit target before I even get to where I think it might try to bounce here at the point of control. Thanks, David. Yeah, I actually don't. I know there's a lot of people that watch NQ and ES and other assets at the same time, and I am just like too easily distracted by that. But I know some people do it really well. I just am not one of those people. I'll kind of look at like maybe ES and YM as like a whole, like when I do the sort of like come on the stream and I do like a review of like, ES is flat, the Dow is up, etc. Um, but I can't watch two sets of price action and two sets of order flow at the same time. It just like confuses the shit out of me. Um, because what I'll get myself into trouble doing is I'll be like, ooh, ES is starting to struggle here, right? And then I short the NASDAQ, which is not starting to struggle. And then I get stopped out because I wasn't actually trading off of the order flow on the NASDAQ. I think it's perfectly fine to watch both at the same time. You just have to be careful to not correlate them in terms of what each is doing, because sometimes they can diverge a lot. But right now we saw, like, I think I haven't checked again now since we've been open for a little bit, but when we first opened, they were all like almost perfectly in line with each other. So, also, if you guys are watching, helps us very much to for you guys to hit the like button on the stream. We talked about it on Monday, so if you missed it, we're doing our best to, build up viewership on this channel, because I think that if we can build it up enough, um, having both ScalperIQ as like sort of the company behind this stream, I think we might be able to wrangle in like a Lucid, or I prefer not an Apex, but a prop firm where we some might be able to get some discounted accounts for you guys. But liking the stream definitely helps that. I'm not bribing you. I'm just letting you know that that's how YouTube works. I don't make the rules. So hit the like button if you have a chance to. Gonna go test this imbalance level from the overnight, and that's the weekly point of control right there. So we could have held all the way to target. I love being able to not have to hold through this extra bounce here. Just one clean line directly to my target. That is just a thing of beauty. So I'm not interested in anything in this area until we get all the way down to 29,100, if that's where we're gonna go. So just one big hourly candle, and they've given over half of it back now. See you guys hitting the like button. I appreciate it. I hate that I even have to, like, I've made like a little like automated little pop-up thing that shows up on the stream like once every like 30 minutes or something, just reminding people to like and subscribe, because I hate saying it out loud. Because I feel like I watch streams and I'm like, I get it, I get it. I don't want to hear people say it, but like YouTube has just made it so that like that's the thing. They want to see people interacting, they want to see people in chat. So, you know, it's like I understand that they have to create some of these rules to separate out what is like quote a good stream versus like a bad stream, right? But it just makes an environment where you're making your creators have to, you know, I don't want to say beg for likes, but you have to remind people to do it because I'm also guilty of it and watching live streams and just forgetting to punch any buttons. But I think it takes away from the stream. So I try not to do it too often, just doing it as much as I have to. So you're not really seeing buyers like you see in the candle coloring stay solid yellow here, even on some of these pops. So that's just indicative that sellers are a lot more aggressive and commanding a lot more volume here on the way down. You'll see on some of these pullbacks, price just barely went kind of a dim shade of yellow, then continued to push. And on this one, on each of the bounces, that hasn't happened. So it's one of my favorite features of Scalper IQ. Just allows you to kind of see when the trend is weakening, can help you stay in trades for longer. A little bit of absorption there right at 200. I still don't have any interest in playing because we're basically right in the middle of the weekly range right now. And some people would say that, you want to like, fade this level and hold it all the way to this level. And we might get there, but it's not really my trading style. I know for my trading style, I'm not going to touch it until it gets down here if that's where it's going to go. But I think it's just like super important to like know what you're good at and what works for you. And even if you see a bunch of other people doing stuff that's like having success for them, like good for them. Focus on you, focus on what feels comfortable for you as a trader, focus on what works, what brings your win rate up. Um, you know, like sometimes I think about it like where like I'm trading micros, right? And I made 180 points on micros. If I was trading 3NQ and I made that kind of money in in 5 minutes, be like, all right, great. I'm done for 5 minutes. I would be turning off my screen and going to do something else, right? This big bubble here, like right as they get to the opening range low, is just indicative that like on that push, there was a little bit like the candle ended with negative delta or positive delta. So it's just a little bit of weakness. Doesn't mean that it's going to reverse right there. Just kind of showing that buyers are trying to step in here on this bounce. I'm going to go ahead. This is like actually only 80 points away from that low. There's a whole cluster of buyers right there in the 60s. But I'm going to go ahead and scroll my depth of market all the way down to, somebody watched me do this the other day and was like, why don't you just use the scroll thing? And I'm like, because it doesn't work all the time. Look at me. Like, I don't know if you can see my mouse. I'm clicked this far off of it. If you click on it, it doesn't do anything. So Motive Wave, if you're watching, what the hell? Once again, just as like we looked at up here, this is not a buy when we get here type situation. This is we saw how much it worked this level up here. So same kind of thing. And the danger is, I don't know about danger, but like, the waiting and not buying it right when it gets there, like, I risk being left behind, but it's a trade-off between, maybe it bounces without me, but I'd rather see that there's some buyers there than just try to catch a knife on the way down. Pretty nasty reversal, really. NASDAQ is now down 0.5%. ES is still mostly flat, and the Dow is pulled back a little bit as well. VIX still not doing a bunch, not even quite up 1% on the VIX. Just gonna poke around to see if I can see what all is leading the charge to the downside here. Intel, Google, and NVDA. All of those really dropped pretty hard. So the Nasdaq isn't going to be able to levitate if all of those are dropping simultaneously. That's just too much market cap. Now in like a different sort of like weekly profile setup that isn't this very obvious sort of like uh, consolidation, I might be interested in like, shorting if they got back to this level where buyers tried to hold, but it puts me too close to the middle of the range to do that. And the weekly point of control is up here at 220. And I think that they care more about that than they do about some seller absorption that lasted for a few seconds here. So it's just a no touch in between the red lines. And I've gotten, in the past, I've gotten myself into so much trouble of like, oh, it's trying to bounce here. Great, leave it alone. You don't belong there. Just stick to your lines. My job as a trader is not to catch every bounce or short every top. It's to try to, interact with the ones that have the highest probability of working based on whatever my analysis is. Supposed to go for a run later today, and I was just checking the temperature. It's like we're on like the 7th or 8th day of 100-degree days here in Austin. It's brutal. I just hate running on a treadmill, but it's also not super safe to be running when it's over 100 degrees. We actually did like most of the summer. Like the first summer I moved here in 2023, I think they did a record for like number of days over 100. It was like, I don't remember, like 6 weeks or something. It was insane. And I moved here and I was like, what have I got myself into? And then this summer has been really mild. It was like maybe like low to mid 90s for like most of the latter part of summer. And we had some rain in the first part of summer. It was really nice. And only in the last couple weeks has it been like just absolutely brutal. So struggling to get back above 200 where that absorption level is that I mentioned that I in a different type of weekly profile setup. Like if we were and just to like give some idea about that, let's say that our weekly profile had our point of control, like maybe this range is a little wider, right? And we just rejected the top edge of value and like the point of control is actually maybe somewhere down here. And we're like selling off with quite a bit of momentum. And now we're like sort of retesting a reference point on the way down. And maybe like I wasn't able to get short yet. I would be looking at this spot as like a potential place to sort of like jump into the overall trend. But because of what our weekly profile looks like, I have no interest in doing that because I'll just end up shorting right next to like the thing that has the most gravitational pull for the week. So I would basically be quote unquote, if I was doing this, I would be short at 200 and my stop would be at the magnet, which is not a good idea. I also think that's one of the hard things about these kind of like rotational type profiles is that if you miss this, you really shouldn't be like you really should be leaving it alone. Like the trade is up here and taking profit on the way. And if you're trying to short it somewhere in between, like you might have caught it here, but to me, your probabilities just start to get lower as you start to get into the middle here. So I say it all the time on stream. I'll say it again. One of the best things you can learn as a trader is how to sit on your hands. You save yourself a lot of pain and money to not have to be in every single move. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. Feel free to jump in chat and say hi. Hit the like or subscribe button. We are here Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. This is pre-NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA earnings are after the bell today. NVIDIA is selling off a little bit right here, which is some of what this move is on the NASDAQ. I do anticipate it to continue to be choppy throughout the session. I just don't think the market's going to get very directional before a big event like that. And then we have Jackson Hole, which is a Fed meeting to kind of go over policy for the next upcoming year or so. That starts tomorrow, I believe, and I think that goes all the way through the weekend. I think it's like a Fed retreat. Actually, like, you know what? I'm gonna like while I'm watching this trade, I want to see what Jackson Hole. I'm gonna do a little research here. Let's see, Jackson Hole Fed meeting. Okay. All right, so it takes place. So it is only a few days, August 27th to 2029 for this year. Awaiting keynote address from the Fed chair, which is Kevin Warsh. They're in Wyoming. Did not know that's where that was at. The theme this year is financial innovation implications for payments and policy. Okay, that sounds incredibly boring. Says that the key focus areas investors are looking for signals regarding Warsh's strategy on inflation targets, in interest rates, and growing influence on long-term bond yields. That's probably further reinforced by the fact that he did not really give a lot of guidance his first time in front of markets after FOMC. So markets looking for someone to guide them, and he did not do it. So let's get a little bit more detail here. Here's a picture of the lodge. Looks a little ghetto. It's a bad picture. Pretty mountain range behind everything, though. Of all pictures, they have a picture of Hillary Clinton talking in front of the mountain range. That's a choice. Participants discuss world events and financial trends. I want to say it was the 2022 one that I think that was when Fed Chairman Powell came out and said that he thought that we were going to be in for some short-term pain because they knew that they were going to have to raise interest rates to curb inflation in the wake of the pandemic, and the market just tanked. So like I said, they held it here for a little bit and then pushed it right back up to the weekly point of control and the session point of control. So that's why the overall picture for the week, makes like informs how you trade this intraday, in my opinion. And I think it's one of those things too as a newer trader and even like as an experienced trader now, like I can sometimes get intimidated of being like, oh my gosh, I have to keep track of what's on the higher time frame and what's happening intraday and do I need to be looking at other assets? I think you just need to have a system for yourself, right? I have an hourly chart with volume profile on it for the NASDAQ, and I have my execution chart, and that's it, and I do a little like mini review of just on my phone of like seeing the um what the other indexes are doing or stuff like that, but I don't watch every tick of ES or every tick of YM. So I don't think you need to know, and I actually think it's bad to take and have like information overload, you know. You need to be able to have enough information to be able to feel confident in taking your trades and kind of know where you're taking a trade in the overall larger picture, but you don't need to know everything everywhere all at once. What was that movie? That was a great movie. It was a really weird movie, but it was really cool. I think it was Everything Everywhere All at Once, maybe is what it's called. If you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth a watch. So sometimes I like to look and see, like, be like, well, what did they hold? Like, what was, I wasn't interested in taking a trade here, but I like for my own knowledge. And this is something that is quite common in my experience is that you have this chop area from the overnight, and then this is what I would call you have like the break candle, right? It's like the ignition for this rally up. It's like the first candle that sort of like broke range and where the move ultimately kind of started. And they held that almost like the bottom of that start candle is like 162 and the bottom of this move is 156, so like 6 points. So that's something that I like to pay attention to sometimes. Same kind of thing happened here, right? You have this long downtrend bounce, and then right where they pushed it above this lower high here, and right where buyers kind of like took control, you see the candle coloring shift. And then when they came back to test it, they tested almost the exact same area. So that's something to keep in mind on like higher time frames, or like in terms of maybe not on higher time frames. It works in higher time frames as well, but like when you're like looking back into the past, finding areas where like where did this move start? You know, anybody who might have got left behind, anybody who got caught short and held the whole way through is very happy and grateful to get back out at the same price or around the same price that they were short at. And if you got long the second time, you actually got more points if you're able to hold through all of this. Sometimes the second move is better than the first move. We're trading at this imbalance. That's the like white dashed line. It's technically light blue, but looks white probably to you guys. Um, but we've mostly rotated around that price, so I don't give it a lot of I don't give it a lot of weight, and it's right in the middle, so there's not anything really to do with it. Just kind of noting where it's at. This is kind of the first real bounce after they basically went straight from the opening range high to the opening range low. I would anticipate this getting faded, but just typically after that big of a move down. Not all the time, obviously. We have plenty of V-shaped recoveries in this market with no pullbacks, but under normal circumstances, usually the first bounce after a big move down like that gets faded. You can also see like I'm scrolled all the way down. I'm like looking at this level right here, the bottom edge of weekly value, and you can see this like cluster of sellers. It's like all selling down here whenever they got down here in the overnight. Some bigger sellers down here too with the at least for the overnight for between these prices you have maybe like 200 to probably like 200-ish negative delta. And so those are probably some of the folks that got squeezed as price went back up. Also, I pinned it in the chat, but if you guys have missed it, or if this starts to get really, really choppy, there is a new episode of Rewind the Tape out. We have episode 3 is out. We take a trade from Friday's stream, actually, where I got stopped out, and just look a little more closely at it. Um, why it didn't work, things that I might have missed. So if you're new to order flow, or even if you're not new to order flow, I think it's a good place to look at. I always learn things when I go back and slow the depth of market down and like look at different things. We also caught an iceberg order on our depth of market recorder, so you'll be able to see that play out live. If you're not familiar with what an iceberg order is, it's just whenever we look at different price levels here, we can see there's 3 people wanting to buy here at 98. An iceberg order would show 3, but there would actually be more than 3 contracts behind the scenes. And so price would come down here and you would start to see the delta increase and you would start to see volume continue to go off on the time in sales. But price would not be able to break through there until they fully fill that order. It actually been a minute since I've seen one on the NASDAQ. Seems like it's something I used to see a lot on ES, but the display showed like 3 or 4, I don't remember, it was like 8 or 10 contracts or something like that, and like almost 400 contracts of volume went off at that price before they broke it. Decent bounce for the buyers here, just about 70 points. So gross though from like a higher time frame. I want to see how the other indexes took that pullback. So ES didn't quite get its low. The Dow was never up as high as the other ones anyway, so it definitely got its RTH low. Bitcoin also pulling back a little bit. Metals are selling. And the VIX has climbed back up. That's why I don't pay that much attention to the VIX. Oil has caught a bit of a bid, though. That's notable. Oil traded sub 80 on crude oil. It's now back up almost to 82. I wonder if Basson is confused about the spike in oil again. And really glad I didn't fade that 220 level. Man, all the way from the opening range high to the opening range low in one line, and now they've taken back almost half of that move. Once again, still not interested unless they get it back up to 300, and then I might consider taking the same trade again. But I already said I don't really like it as much the second time. I think it won't be as clean. It's also not like super bearish for them to like sell off the whole opening range. That is bearish, but like then taking it all the way back, they get this back above 80. They basically held this sort of like ignition area from the overnight and held this profile's edge of value, 165. I would not get in front of this though. Sellers giving back way too much here. It's trying to put a very long wick on that hourly candle. See if there's any large orders or anything else that's pulling this up. Kind of doubt it. I don't think we're going to see a lot of size getting thrown around before NVIDIA earnings. Yeah, I don't see anything. It's like some 15s and 20s, but nothing super big. There's a 50 all the way up at 400, but that's 140 points from price right now. Right. See if I can get this to scroll. Yeah, just have to click off to the left for no reason. So I'm going to look once again at 300. It's just where I'm going to put my depth of market. It's the closest place to where I might want to interact with price. Sellers finally trying to step back in there. They really let that one get away from them. Well, this is the start of your V. Straight down, straight up. I find V's incredibly hard to trade. You know, if the weekly profile didn't look like it was, I'd be looking for some type of lower high to, I'd be looking for it to reoffer this. You just sold the whole range from top to bottom. I'd be looking to potentially short this, but looks like you have some people trying and it's not working. So I think that's just indicative of the higher time frame picture is just so choppy. Something that was super exciting over the weekend that is kind of silly, but we maintain different social accounts for ScalperIQ. I have Twitter and YouTube and Instagram and TikTok. Uh, and somehow, I don't know when it happened, like maybe 2 or 3 months ago, we got, I guess I guess it's called shadow banned. I have no idea really. Like I don't really follow that stuff, but like we were consistently getting, I don't know, 300 or 400 views on posts, so enough to drive a little bit of traffic and get people over to the live stream, et cetera, et cetera. And we just like overnight, everything we posted went to like 0 views. And it did that for like almost 2 months. And then out of the blue over the weekend, maybe last Friday, I just kind of kept regularly posting there and posted and everything went back to normal. I was like, okay. I had reached out to support, but like their quote unquote support is basically an AI chatbot. There's no actual support. I never multiple times. We even have like a business account for them through them, like submitted paperwork and everything as like a legitimate business and still couldn't get anybody real to talk to. So I don't know what we did that got us shadow banned because none of our content was any different than anything else we were posting, but that was a real thing. So I was happy that it, unbanned us, unshunned. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. See a couple of new people coming in here. Feel free to hop in chat, say hi. I know a couple of you in here, but if you're new, throw in where you're coming in from. I'm here in Austin, Texas. Rocks in Astronomy uh, might have his audio off, but I believe he's based in Arizona. David, I don't know where you're based. We had someone from Pakistan in here on maybe Monday, Friday or Monday. They all kind of start to bleed together after a while, but it's always kind of wild that I'm sitting here in Austin, Texas in my office trading the NASDAQ, and someone in Pakistan halfway around the world is doing the same. And do we think that NVIDIA beats on earnings again? There's like two separate questions in there. One, do we think that they beat on earnings? And two, do they actually go up if they beat on earnings? It's a secondary question. I don't ever trade that stuff. Like I don't know how people trade earnings. It just feels like a coin flip most of the time. But I think that they probably continue to beat on earnings, but I think that how much they're beating by is not going to be nearly as much as it has been. I think we're just kind of starting to plateau in that area. So it'd be interesting to see what the market's reaction to that is. And once again, it's like that event is happening right before Jackson Hole, and the market probably wants some guidance from Jackson Hole. So NVIDIA might move things around for a little bit, and then it might go right back to chopping again. All the way back up to 70. Just nothing but green 5-minute candles coming up here. Still waiting for 300 here. But buyers have really, they made that low there around 160 and just like stepped on the gas. And even though I'm watching 300 for a potential short trade, I'm not just going to jump in front of this because this is a very aggressive move back up to the upside. Like we basically did all red 5-minute candles in one line all the way down, and we've done all green candles on a 5-minute chart straight back to the upside. So you have the previous day's close and the Globex open right at 88. And then the 300, this red line marks the edge of value, which lines up to this dashed line here. So just where 70% of the volume has been done this week. So if you were on the stream earlier, I took a short here as we got back below this and took profit here at 240. So I wasn't looking to hold for longer, just holding back to the middle of the range. And now we're doing it again. So I don't know if I love this trade a second time. We're also coming up, at least right now, with a lot more momentum than we came up with the first time. So I'm open to the idea that we might be able to get 300 to 240 again, but I wouldn't call it as clean of a setup as we did the first time because just much slower momentum on the way up. We chopped a lot. We barely got above that high, and then we chopped some more. And so just felt pretty weak on the way up. This feels like it has a bit more legs to it. But I got 3-to-1 risk to reward on that trade down. So if this sets up again, I will take it again because if I get stopped, I'm still green on the session. So we were risking 20 points up here. We got short at 300. Stop was at 320 and took 60 points at 240. I feel like sellers have given back too much of this move. My line in the sand for that is usually like 70, 75%. like the other side takes that back, like the chance of them taking back the whole move is gets exponentially higher. Kind of struggling with this delta zone from the overnight though. That was like kind of the end of this up move here, which a lot of times the delta zones will mark the tops because as you hit extremes, it'll go from one candle to another candle. It'll just kind of like chase the move up. And then when that cools off, you're left with a delta zone at the top of that move. So a lot of people will sometimes ask us, they're like, oh, well, why don't you just, fade the delta zone whenever you see it? Well, because the delta zone is going to like follow price up and then it freezes once price cools off. Getting a bit of a pullback off that delta zone. But when we have a bit like a really choppy week like we do right now, I'm just overly stubborn about waiting for my levels, which are just the edge of value, not complicated levels right now. So 300 and 100, and everything else in between is a big fat no for me. That's the first like sort of bit of weakness that we've seen from buyers in this. Candle coloring just barely starting to head towards gray here on this pullback. So weekly point of control is the same as this session's point of control. It's right at 220. So if they're going to pull back, I would assume that that's where they're going to try to pull this back to. Man, that took forever. That took forever for sellers to get a handle on that. I mean, honestly, we've had some pretty clean rotations so far. It's just all happening inside of a giant chop zone from this week. So I think you're still going to be happier trading near the edges than trying to trade this in the middle. But if you're just joining, only really paying attention to these red lines up here at 300 and down here at 100, everything else in the middle is just starting to become really nasty. I want to see if oil is still catching a bid. Sure enough, just got above 82. It's a pretty strong move from oil, actually, off the lows there. Like, I think it was down like almost 1.5 or maybe 2% this morning. Now it's like back to almost break even. I think it was down because there was all this talk of like a potential, like another peace deal, supposedly. But Iran hadn't confirmed it and the US hadn't confirmed it. It was just, I think Pakistan and Russia said that peace was coming or some kind of ceasefire deal was coming, but I don't know about the sources on those. I'm sort of like, are other people watching US markets, you know? And like, are Russia and Pakistan just like short US oil? And they're like, oh, we'll just say there's a peace deal. Easy peasy. Get 3% on crude oil. I don't know if this is happening, but somebody's profiting from insider knowledge on that. I'm positive of it. aggressive move back up there, right off of the weekly point of control at 220. Starting to get real choppy. You got your kind of two directional moves, the down and then the up, and now you're kind of hanging out in the middle here. Just hanging out in the middle here. Couple of wild moves off the open, but starting to condense price a little bit. Sellers really fumbled below the opening range low. They definitely had enough momentum to try to carry this down to the edge of value on the other side, and they got below the opening range low, and price just had no interest in going any further down there. So fumble by buyers at the top, and then fumble by sellers just below the opening range low on NQ. So nobody can hold the ball for very long here. Also, if you're new to the stream, feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Let us know where you're coming in from. Let us know if you're trading NQ or you're trading something else. I know a lot of people trade multiple things at the same time. I am not one of those people. We'll call it too ADD to be trying to trade multiple things at once. Also, give me just a second, guys. I'm going to go off screen, and the stream will stay up. I'll be back in just a moment. Well, let's see, we haven't moved. Have not moved. These days are just like when price is trading like this, just a very condensed small week. It's just so important to have your spots where you're like, I will touch it here, and you just cannot touch it anywhere else out of boredom. You think you see a setup. I mean, just if you zoom out, I mean, just this area is just price just wiggling randomly. So you gotta be taking trades when you're like out of traffic. This is just a traffic jam in here. So, shorting up here, great. Longing down here, great. Everything in the middle is don't touch the steering wheel. If you're just joining us, welcome. The Nasdaq's kind of hanging out in the middle of the range here, so nothing super exciting. I have the red lines drawn here at 300 and 100. Those are the edges of value for the weekly profile. We took a short pretty early, like after the opening range was settling, like 5 minutes in. Took profit at 240. Was looking for maybe price to get closer to this 100 level when it pulled back. And instead we bounced, and now we're just hanging out here in the middle. There's NVDA earnings after the bell today, so the market may be just in hang out and hold mode. We have a very condensed price action this week. So if we look at a higher time frame, just compress this a little bit, we can see how narrow of a range this week really is. Last week, the high was 322 and the low was almost like 1,000 point range last week. And so far this week, like 476, almost a 500, not quite a 500 point range. So you can even see that the dashed white lines are the edges of value where like 70% of the volume has been done. And this week you're looking at like 200 points. Last week you were looking at about 400 points, so double the edge of value to sort of play with. And the week before that was even wider, and the week before that was even wider, and I think the week before that was even wider. So you're actually just seeing a very like condensed, like a condensing of volume as we've progressed through August. So if we have it again into next week, it's going to be almost impossible to trade this. They had gotten it all the way down to 100 and I'd been able to sort of fade it back in the other direction. That would have been just like a master class in how to trade a range bound week, but it just can't not chop. And honestly, like when we pulled back like this and then we got it all the way back up to 80, I was like, man, buyers might have enough momentum to like get this through the high. And just dropped the ball there. And they're going to try for 80 again. Still potentially interested in taking the same trade again around 300, but I don't like it as much the second time. It probably won't be as clean as it was this time. If they get it there, still like another 40 points to go, 30 points to go. So back above 80 here. They're going to show me 300 again. Not just going to step back into a short trade here. Definitely let it trade up here for a minute. This is the harder version of this trade, like to short it here again. I think it's still viable, but it's much harder the second time. Even I'm yawning right now. Such a small range overall. Like, I'm actually surprised that I was able to pull 60 points out of this morning. I don't know if any of you saw on social media this morning, there was a, I guess, terrible flash flood at the like China and Nepal border. The footage is terrifying. So if you're easily triggered, would very much would very much warn you against watching those videos. I've never seen anything like that before. I pinned it in the chat, but if you haven't watched our new episode for Rewind the Tape this week, that is available. It's our third episode. There's 3 episodes total now. So on each of those, we take a trade from the live stream and just look at it a lot more closely, see what worked, what didn't work. For the one that we review on episode 3 is from last Friday's stream, and it was actually a losing trade that I took, but was kind of a unique setup. There was like an iceberg order that was involved, and I still liked the trade. We got 30 or 40 points in the money. Just didn't get to first target, and ultimately it rolled back over and stopped us out. But it's a trade that I would definitely take again, and I think it's an interesting one to look at the order flow more closely. So if the market continues to trade slowly, that's your entertainment for the afternoon. It's like 13 to 14 minutes long, so it's not super long, but if you're just new to learning order flow, and even if you're not, I think there's some interesting things to be able to pull out of there. Also see a couple of people joining the stream. Welcome. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Let us know where you're coming from. Let us know what you're trading if it's not in queue. We're just waiting, or I'm just waiting for the see if 300 trades again, about 15 points away. We took one short off of it this morning and see if it sets up again, if we're able to get back up above that level. And that's the top red line on my chart. Right now, NQ is struggling with the previous day's close and the Globex open. That's these 2 dashed lines and these like fuzzy looking numbers here because they're basically almost the same price. But just a real slow day. NVIDIA earnings are after the bell, so the Nasdaq may just be a bit, or in the market in general, kind of in a holding pattern. We also have Jackson Hole coming up tomorrow and Friday, which is kind of an all-day ongoing event for the Fed. The market will be looking for guidance for how the Fed is going to continue to address inflation. We had PCE come in this morning, which is another measure of inflation, came in just a little hot. Um, so, and then there's kind of the outstanding of like, what is the market? Ooh, there's some news. Don't know what that is, but hands off the wheel there. Um, there's still kind of this unknown about the Treasury Secretary said that the government was going to step in to do an intervention in the bond market, try to get the bond market's yields under control. The bond market did not respond positively to that. So remains to be seen, and I think the market will be looking for more guidance during the Jackson Hole meeting to see what they're going to do. But see a few new people joining here. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Let us know where you're coming from. I have no idea what this little drop is about. That was super, super fast. So it's some type of news or tweet or something. It's still trading in the middle of the range, so nothing for me to touch. But somebody said something somewhere that the market responded to. This is all almost like equal volume in here. You see the point of control is like ping-ponging around between a few points. It's just because the point of control is where the exact price where the most volume has been done. And since they're all pretty equal and they're just trading through it, it's just like moving it slightly in one direction or another. And that marker there is just showing an aggressive flip from buying delta over to selling delta. So it doesn't necessarily mean to hop in short, especially in the middle of the range, but just a marker to let you know that sellers are stepping in with quite a bit of aggression there. And I don't keep a dedicated news feed up, so I don't know what that is. I don't do that, or I don't have a dedicated news feed because to me, at the end of the day, I don't really care what it is. And to me, it's also more confusing if I try to like read the news and interpret it as like bullish or bearish. So I just watch the price action because if it's a positive headline and we're going down, then I'm looking to get short. And if it's a negative headline and we're going up, I'm looking to get long. So I don't really care. And in the past, I kept it when I very first started, I was like, I got to read all the news, or I even had like times where I had CNBC up and watch, and oh my gosh, just like information overload. So for me, order flow is king. I just watch what price action is doing, where the volume is taking place, look for high probability areas to get in and out, and leave the news to the newscasters and to the algos. But something made the NASDAQ rather mad up there at like 280, 290. That was like a flash down. Just dropped like 40 points at once. Would love to see a pullback all the way down to 29,100. That's like my point of reference on the downside where I'd be looking to get long, but everything else is just from a higher time frame. This is this week. I have to expand this a little bit. So the white lines are the edge of value. So 70% of the volume has been done here. This is very much what they would call a D-shaped week. So if you look at a capital D, that's what the shape mirrors. So you just don't have much interest in trading near the lows. You don't have much interest in trading near the highs, and all of the volume is concentrated in the middle. So to trade a D-shaped week, typically what you want to do is you want to be fading it as it's outside of value to the upside. You want to be trying to short it back towards the middle. And if it's outside of value from the low side, then you want to be trying to get long and holding until it gets back to the middle. So we took one of those trades this morning, got short as we got outside of value and then back inside of it, took it off at the middle, and now it's just trading in the middle, which is the place you don't want to be touching it during a D-shaped week in particular, because you don't know whether it's like going to pull back and go back to the low. You don't know whether it's going to drift back to the upper edge of value. So that's your general rule of thumb for how to trade a D-shaped week. And like the last place you want to be interacting with it is in the middle if you can avoid it. If you're new to the stream, welcome. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Hit the like and subscribe button. We're here 8:30 to whatever time the NASDAQ starts to get really boring, usually around 11:30 to noon Central Time. So we're here for another hour and a half or so. Really just waiting to see if this can get back up to 300 or down to 29,100, and just going to kind of leave it alone in the middle. If you are looking for entertainment and you have not found it, we have a new episode for our Rewind the Tape series. There's a pinned message in the chat. Feel free to go watch that and just breaking down order flow in a little bit more detail. Um, NVIDIA earnings after the bell. Market is kind of in a holding pattern until then. That was a nasty move there. I'm really annoyed that it didn't trade 300. I was totally anticipating potentially taking another short trade there and just didn't get there. And then there was whatever news thing just dropped it. I'm going to scroll my depth of market down to 100. You can see some big buyers waiting to buy on the way down there. So this is where I'm potentially interested in taking a long trade if we can get all the way down there. Anything in the middle is no fly zone for me. Pretty aggressive sell move here. I'm laughing because my dad just texted me. He works at a university in the eastern part of the United States. I won't say the name, but he I guess he must have been watching my live stream at some point or poked his head in because he knows that I stream. And he was like teaching a class and he opened it up to my live stream for the class. Whoops. I was like, oh man, I hope I didn't say anything that I wasn't supposed to say. That's really funny. If you guys are still watching, hello class. Class is in session. Patience, patience, patience to wait for this lower level. If you haven't watched the stream, one of the reasons that I don't keep my depth of market, um, or I don't keep this basically where price is right now, is I find that if I'm watching this, it's kind of like the monkey brain. You're like, oh, I see them like holding a price, and yet I know on like a higher time frame that I shouldn't really be touching anything in here. And so I just like scroll my depth of market to where the next place that I potentially want to take a trade is. It's also like a cheat code. Like I'm on stream with you guys, so I'm like watching all of the price action take place. But if I'm not streaming, that's my like quote unquote alert system is I'll just be doing other things and have my depth of market scrolled to where I might want to be interacting with it. And then if I see price start to move on screen, then I know it's time to pay attention. Oil continues its rally. In fact, that drop in NQ was pretty close to when oil spiked and went green on the session. So if I had to guess, it's probably some kind of Middle East news. Do we think the Treasury Secretary is upset that oil is going back in the other direction. Oil was down because there was all this talk that there was another peace deal brokered, but Iran didn't confirm it, the US didn't confirm it. I didn't check news this morning, but I would assume that if oil is going back up, that nobody has confirmed it. So just rumor mill moving moving markets. Also, if you're just joining us, we're waiting for 29,100 to trade to potentially take a long, and we're kind of staying away from everything in the middle here. And this white dashed line that the market's kind of reacting to this time is in a buy and balance from the overnight session. So it's not very big, and it's also in the middle of range, which is why I'm not paying attention to it, but the market is starting to kind of respect it here. It's also kind of lining up with the mid of the overall session right here at 215-ish. Also, just a little update. If you haven't been on the stream, I'm trading a 50K eval from Lucid Trading. We're not sponsored by them or anything, but I'm trading a 50K eval. I do have a funded account through them, but I'm trying to trade three micros with a 20-point stop, or 2 micros with a 30-point stop. Um, just kind of like I've never been successful in sizing up past 1 micro for myself, and so I thought it'd be an interesting experiment to do that on stream and have you guys watch how that process takes place. So just a little update on that account. Up about call it 250 points ish in profit, and maybe like 50 points off the high of that account right now. So still a ways to go. I think the profit target is 3K and the drawdown is 2K. So trading multiple micros on prop accounts with only a $2,000 drawdown is tricky. But what the math that I kind of did for it is that I'd have to kind of take about 14 to 15 stops in a row with no winners in between to hit the drawdown. So that's pretty rare for me to go on a losing streak of that long. I think it's happened a few times to me before, all times that were very frustrating, but pretty happy with it so far, and I'm definitely getting to be more comfortable trading 3 micros. The first time I did, I was like, oh my gosh, like, watching my P&L bounce around at 3 times the rate that it does trading 1 micro was a little disconcerting, even though it's a prop account. Just, there's all the psychology that goes into to money and everything else. And so, but now I've been doing it for about 2 or 3 weeks, so it feels a bit more comfortable. And this kind of blue gradient that's in the middle here is a flag. This is a study that isn't actually available to our ScalperIQ members yet. It's still in development. You can see at the top it says dev there at the end of the name. So it's still a study that we're kind of looking at. What it looks for is absorption. So if most of the volume in a series of candles is all stacked towards the low of that candle, but price isn't going down, then it flags that area. So still TBD whether this study works well longer term. I've been watching it for a couple months, and I don't know. Right now, I'd give it like a C plus or a B minus. Um, doesn't seem to have a ton of edge. Our impact levels, which are like the dashed lines that show large imbalances, seem to be winning out. So this may still need some work to make it accurate enough to hand off to our Scalper IQ crew. But that's the fun part about being the lead developer is I get to put it on my chart and trade with it. Both good things can come from that as well as bad things. But I don't ever want to hand things over to people that I haven't tested and traded with myself. So I'm the guinea pig for all the new stuff. This little dashed line right here, just like the market is kind of trying to hold here, is just designating the edge of value on my profile here. Come on, sellers. Let's see if there's any big buyers in this area on the way down. There's like a cluster of them in the 150s, probably basically right in front, basically right at where this RTH low is right now, at like 157. But otherwise, not really a lot to speak of. There's all these buyers clustered in the 180s, which is kind of what price is sitting right in front of right now. So sellers may just not want to push into that level of volume. So I'm still waiting for 29,100. I don't know that they'll get it here. We'll be here for like another hour or so just to see if they can get price down there. We have NVIDIA earnings after the bell today, so it won't be live for that, but I think that's why the market is not wanting to move around a lot, just waiting for guidance from NVIDIA. So it's like you kind of have like a wide overnight range, and now the market is like putting in this D-shaped profile here, and you can see that like I have these dashed lines that line up to where it changes from blue to yellow, so like the edges of value here for this session. And the market has like just now in the last, hour and a half or so, poked its head above there, got rejected. Now it's down here, and we're trying to hold the bottom side of that as well. So I'm not involved in here because the red lines are the edges of value for the weekly profile, and that's what I want to be playing off of, and it's keeping me out of what is a tremendous amount of chop in the middle right now. I was going to say that I'm doing my best to sit on my hands, but I'm actually at a standing desk, so just doing my best to not touch the steering wheel when I shouldn't be. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. Feel free to hit the like and subscribe button. We are here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8:30 in the morning until usually around noon. Things start to slow down a little bit. I don't ever put like an end date on, or like an end time on the stream, because sometimes we go into lunchtime and we're still doing good rotations and still able to take trades, and other times it's really slow and really choppy. So the longer this chops in the middle, the more I like the idea of being able to buy down at 29,100 if we get there. Um, but it's taking its sweet, sweet time to get there. And the reason that I like it more is because we're just doing a ton of volume right in the middle, which to me just makes it more of a magnet. So being able to buy the low or short the high just, I think, increases the probability of that trade working. Oil is continuing to rip higher, now above 83. That's like a full-on reversal there for oil. And sold off in the overnight and yesterday. It's now taken back almost, I would call it's taken back a little over half of its drop. And one of those spikes coincided with, like, it kind of was grinding up, and then once it got above what looks to be the drop from the end of the session yesterday, once it got above that, it squeezed pretty violently, and that kind of coincided to this drop in the NASDAQ. So whether that was like a headline or somebody said something, but Middle East volatility continues to be a thing that moves the market around. Come on, sellers. Get this a bit lower. So boring in the bottom of this range here. Just getting range compression, just getting smaller and smaller rotations. So could be setting up for a move lower, but seller's really going to need to initiate. There's a cluster of buyers that are sitting like in the 180s. And so far, every time price has gotten close to it, when it's like trading below 200, it just looks like sellers just aren't interested in getting into that cluster. Like if I scroll up here, it's all of these. So like call it from 180 to like 190. You'll see like 10 stacked, 10, 12, 9, 6, 8. Like nothing that's like a huge order. Like the largest one is 20 down here, but it is a cluster of larger orders. And you can see that like price got to 192 as low as 189 and just kind of like barely touched it. but not really. Price just doesn't seem interested in wanting to go there. I see some people like popping in and out of the stream here. I wonder if like people are just like bouncing around to see like if anybody is trading this. You know? I mean, I'm sure somebody is taking trades in this, but for my system, we're nowhere close to being taking a trade here. Also, I'm gonna go off camera for just a second, guys. The stream will stay up. I'll be back in just a second. Still hovering here. 215-ish, just bouncing between edge of value and kind of drifting back up towards the point of control. Let's see where NVDA is trading, since that's the earnings we have after the bell. So NVIDIA down about 1.5% and drifting lower. Google also down about 2% and making new lows right now. It's like Apple and Microsoft are what's holding the NASDAQ up here. Both of those offsetting NVIDIA and Intel selling. Though I wonder if Intel is still selling. Intel kind of put in the low this morning, has kind of rallied back up to its midline. So back below 200. What you got, sellers? There's a cluster of buyers in the mid 180s. So let's see if they can get into that. So far they've tried twice and haven't been able to get into those buyers. If we scroll up and look, it's like this kind of cluster in here. They've actually moved down a little bit from where they were. A lot of these orders are sitting here. They're now like more in the 70s. So these were clustered all kind of in the mid 80s last time I checked, but buyers moving their bids down a little bit, which is notable. So like if price continues to pull back, you have another cluster in the 60s, which is like right in front of the RTH low. And not anything else. There's like a 20 order at 130. And then the 29 100 level, which is this red line down here, which is the edge of weekly value, which is where I'm looking to potentially get long, though it is taking 100 years to get back to that level. So there was kind of like what felt like a bit of like a news item or something that sent the NASDAQ down pretty aggressively here. Consolidated since then, but it also coincided with a spike in oil. So I'm assuming that that's some type of Middle East headline. Oil is rallying quite a bit at the moment. So it sold off yesterday, and in the overnight, there were some rumors about another peace deal. But sellers are starting to cook here a little bit. So that's bouncing off the opening range low. That big blue bubble that just appeared is just letting me know that at the bottom of that candle that was some weakness from the sellers, some buyers stepping in towards the end of it. Kind of just loosely keeping an eye on oil here because the NASDAQ seems to be responding inversely to what oil is doing right now. So see if that continues. There's not much in the way of volume shelves from the overnight session. It's pretty flat most of the way down. You have like a little tiny one that sticks out down here at like 125. But most of this is pretty much the same shape all the way down. It just means it's not terribly difficult for price to get through there. Just not a lot of distinct volume support on the way down. See if they can challenge the RTH low, which is at like 156, 157-ish. Another 20 points. ES making new lows here. NASDAQ hasn't really caught up to it, but ES lost its opening range low. And the Dow is starting to puke a little bit. So the NASDAQ is the only one kind of defying gravity at the moment. So it's going to be a matter of whether those other two indexes want to try to catch up to the NASDAQ trying to hold up, or whether the NASDAQ catches down to the other two. Right now, just not seeing a lot of speed and volume from the sellers just yet. So they're going to need to pick up the pace if they're going to want to get this to new lows. Starting to look like sellers might fumble again. Just all of that volume in the middle of the range just has such a magnetic effect. Hey Malik, welcome to the stream. Remember you from just the other day. It is a slow session so far. Good. Took one short trade off of the right when the opening range got set up here. Took profit down here at 240. And since then, price has just kind of chopped in the middle of range. So I haven't done much else since then. Just kind of waiting to see if we get down low enough to this red line at the bottom, like 29,100. That's where I'm interested in potentially trading. If we get there, that corresponds to a higher time frame level. That's this dashed white line, which is just the edge around the edge of value for this week, which has actually shifted a little bit since we've traded more in the middle. So that is actually now up at 120, but I'll probably still keep my order down around 100, which is down around the overnight low. But price has really slowed down. We have NVDA earnings after the bell, so the market may just be kind of like in a holding pattern until it gets more information from that. Anybody else taking trades this morning? Feel free to throw them in chat. The NASDAQ has started to pull back here as oil has started to rally. Still keeping an eye on what oil is doing. I don't trade oil, but the spike in oil kind of coincided with a steeper pullback. That was kind of this pullback as like oil started to break through its overnight high. So ES and YM are just made new lows, new session lows. The NASDAQ hasn't yet though. Malik, did you take any trades yet today? Sellers trying here. Sellers trying. They're still like 50 to 75 points. Malik, I don't use a footprint chart. I think they're too noisy to watch for my particular style of trading. Um, hey Tommy, thanks for joining. I don't use a footprint chart, Malik, because I find it to be too noisy. to kind of like watch live. But we have plenty of members in our ScalperIQ Discord that love watching a footprint chart at the same time. But the custom studies that I have on here tell me a lot of similar things that a footprint chart would tell me, and it's just easier for me to glance at that than it is to read tiny little numbers the whole time. We do have a new short video that is up on our channel that shows kind of like how footprint charts can be read, like delta footprint charts, because there's different types of footprint charts. So like a delta footprint chart will just show you how much delta has been traded at each price as sort of like a block where a candlestick would be. And then they have other ones that are like bid and ask that are a little more complex, and I think, in my opinion, are a little bit harder to read. So yeah, heat map is good too. If you use bookmap is a really popular one. I've tested bookmap myself in the past, not for many years now. Their color scheme bothers me a lot. I know it's like a small thing, but I just think that it's not so pretty to look at. And it also feels like a lot like information overload to me. I'm just a huge proponent of having as simple of a chart as you can up. And yeah, but none of those things, like if those things work for you, and if you're on the newer side, you should test out. I don't recommend sort of like testing everything at once. I don't think you should like use bookmap and use footprint charts at the same time, but pick one and like stick with it for like, a month or two, and you'll start to like notice little patterns in each of them. I think the tendency when you're new is to be like, oh my gosh, shiny object, and throw it all on my chart. And I think you'll just confuse yourself. But I think it's absolutely useful uh, to pick some of these things, because that's how you end up finding anything that works. How I found things that work for me. Um, so also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. Feel free to hit like and subscribe. That helps us out a great deal. We appreciate it. We're here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8:30 to around noonish. Still kind of like hanging out here to see if the NASDAQ can make new lows here in the next like half an hour or so. But I don't ever put like a cutoff time on the stream that's exact, because sometimes price action is really boring around the time that we would cut off, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes we're still trading around. Yeah, Malik, I don't know that I have like a distinct theory. My I tend to be somebody that thinks that the market trades around, areas of high liquidity, large orders, and you know, so I'm probably closest to auction market theory if I had to select one out of there. I'm not an ICT person. Their system doesn't make any sense to me personally. But I'm a discretionary trader who uses higher time frames to look for levels that I can trade off of intraday to scalp. So I'm not somebody that's going to trade and hold for long periods of time. My trade this morning, I think I was in position for like all of like 6 to 8 minutes, which is like my like ideal trade. I love being able to not be in position for very long, just like hit it and quit it. Um, but it's hard for me to sort of pick like one motif, if you want to call it that, or sort of like trading concept, because I've been trading futures now for probably like 4 to 7 years. And I've just learned a lot during that time. And so it's hard for me to sort of like say, I've probably taken bits and pieces from everything. Um, Buyer's really strong push there. right off the opening range low. And you got actually a buy and balance there on the top of that push. I don't know if it's anything significant. It's also right in the middle, so I don't really, yeah, I don't see anything really, really large on the delta volume. So these imbalance levels that ScalperIQ prints as it's going through are all relative to the session, and this has been a pretty low volume session so far. So the imbalances that it's flagging to me aren't really that large this session, so I'm not really paying attention to them, and I'm really not paying attention to anything inside of this blue zone. Um, it's just, if you zoom the chart out, it's just a total chop fest in the middle of here. Price just doesn't have any direction whatsoever. My risk to reward on the trade that I took this morning was 1 risk, 3 reward, so 3 to 1. So I was risking 20 points and took it off at 60. So I was short at 300 and got out at 240. My stop was, I'll just like zoom into where we took that trade. So I was waiting for it to get above this level. And then when we got back below it, here, I got short, I think, on this little pop right here. So short at 300, and then stop was above this little spike here at 320. So it was a really nice trade. Didn't take very long. It's my favorite kind of trade. Position side was 3 micros. So I'm trying to risk 60 points a trade. So if I am using a 20-point stop, which is what I was using this morning because the volatility isn't super high, then I'm trading 3 micros. And if my stop needs to be 30 points, then I trade 2 micros for this account. So if you watch the stream on Monday, I was trading with a 30-point stop because the volatility off the open on Monday was really, really high. So I thought a 30-point stop was more appropriate there. But since the range for the overnight here was pretty low and the opening range was only like 130, 140 points, just shows that the volatility is pretty compressed. So I thought a 20-point stop was more favorable. Ironically, I could have held for longer. I could have got more than, uh, I could have got more points for sure. I got out here basically, and they gave it another almost like 70 points. But that's just how it works. Like, my goal is to capture a piece of this move. I'm not here to like sell the high and buy the low because long term that just like won't work. You're seeing some aggressive buying as we get back above 220 here. Once again, it's still in the middle of the range, so I kind of don't care what they do with it here. There was like 100 contract seller floating around in here. I think they pulled it and or got filled. Was really hoping that they would get to sell this down. I think this is like a great potential spot to buy down here at 29,100, but buyers just not letting it get down there. Which number are you looking at, Malik? The closest number I have to 179.5 is the opening range low right here at 174. Let's see how the other excuse me, how the other indexes are doing here. Because they had just made new session lows. So ES back above its opening range low. YM still looks kind of crappy. Just bouncing off of new lows, but down the most out of the three indexes. I'm not familiar with either of those people, and not familiar with what deep charts is, Malik. This pop in NQ here off of the opening range low is also kind of coinciding with a pullback on a 5-minute chart in oil. So I'm not going to pop it over here because I think it'll just get too confusing. But if you pull up a chart of CL, whatever the forward most contract is, you can see that oil is pulling back after a pretty strong rally. And the NASDAQ is kind of trading inverse to that right now. Yeah, Malik, I just took a look at deep charts. I think I have heard of them on social. I don't know much. I don't know much about them. Just by glancing at their website real quick, they have footprint tools, they have heat map, they have volume profile, and they have TPO, which is time profile. I remember what TPO stands for, but it's a time profile. Um, but I don't know what they're offering that's like special with those because you can find all of those studies for free inside of NinjaTrader, and you can find those studies inside of MotiveWave. And as I've mentioned before on stream, if you trade with Lucid, Lucid Trading for the prop firm, they offer a free MotiveWave license with their accounts, which is a pretty sweet deal. So the same platform that I have up right now is available for free um, with a paid account through Lucid. Yeah, time price opportunity. Thank you, Malik. I couldn't quite remember that. There's some traders in our Discord that use that. It's not something that I particularly use. I stick to just volume, but like I said, if you're on the newer side, you should be experimenting with a lot of these tools just to kind of figure out what works for you, what doesn't. But yeah, I'm not going to speak ill of deep charts because I don't know anything about them, but just off of like, scrolling through their website and what their offerings are at what I first glanced, they said they have like 100 some studies, so I didn't get too deep into it. But in terms of their main offerings, they just look like pretty versions of footprint and uh footprint charts. But no, Malik, my MBO, my data for Rhythmic comes through my prop feed. I have a personal futures account that I also get a data feed through Edge Clear, but yeah, that's why some of these prop firms are pretty sweet deals because you can get basically some of them offer free platforms or free licenses for platforms like Lucid does. Then you're also getting a data feed as well that you don't have to pay for. So once again, not sponsored by Lucid, at least not yet. Would love to be able to do that as the stream continues to grow. So if you're watching and you haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button because the more viewers we get here and the more that we build this community together, the more likely it is that I'll be able to connect us with a prop firm and potentially, offer you guys some discounted accounts and things like that. So that's our long-term goal here. Yeah, our Discord has like 80 to 100 people, varying in terms of like how active people are. And then we have like, I think there's like 10 to 12 people who are in our, who are paid members of the Discord. So we've been out. Scalper IQ launched at the end of 2025. We had a beta program that we ran last summer that was pretty successful. We had 40 or 50 people that tried out the tool then. And yeah, just now kind of in this like slower growth period. And we're okay with that. Looking to build a solid community, not trying to build a community overnight because that's not typically how that works. So, and that was one of the that was one of the things that one of the reasons we kind of got here on YouTube is just you know, something for people to see us. And discovery in the trading world is incredibly tricky, even from like an ad space because there's so many platforms like, NinjaTrader, Motive Wave, name all the prop firms, and they spend so much money on ads that to be competitive with them, you have to spend so much money to stay competitive. And so we did Google Ads for a little while and we had a little bit of success, but it was incredibly expensive. And so we thought, you know what? Doing a live stream gives people more value, in our opinion, and also gives exposure for our toolkit. So the studies that I have on set are on the chart are available for a free trial. There's a different way to view order flow, a little easier to read sometimes, but by no means are you required to use these studies to hang out on the stream because I think there's plenty of things to learn and plenty of things to talk about from a trading perspective that don't require you to pay for any tools. So we're just in the community building phase. So there's a link to our Discord in the description of the video. So if you want to join there and come say hey, that's still a community that we're actively building and maintaining, as well as the one here on YouTube. I see a few new people popping in here. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Let us know where you're coming in from, what you're trading, how your trading day's been so far. I took the one trade right off the opening range, the 30-minute opening range getting set this morning, but haven't taken a trade since then because we've just kind of been chopping around in the middle of the range. It's kind of interesting. Like I've noticed that our viewership goes up dramatically as we get deeper into the afternoon, which is kind of ironic because this is kind of the time that I tend to be winding down for trading. But that's something that we'll keep an eye on if more people are later traders in the session and aren't trading the morning session, and or I think sometimes getting international viewers who are tuning in for the latter part of the session. But a lot of times, by this is about 12:15 here Central Time here in Texas. Um, I've usually turned it off by now because it just to me gets harder to trade later in the session. But maybe we'll experiment with running a stream once a week where we trade the close instead, and we'll trade from like 2:30 Central Time to the close at 3 Central Time or something like that. Open to ideas. For now, we're going to stick to our 8:30 to around noonish each week. But if you're just hopping on stream, feel free to like and subscribe. We're here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8:30 until I get bored or the market starts to suck. So there's been some tradable moves here. It just like it's so choppy in between. And on a higher time frame, I mean, this is what our week looks like, right? Like this is last week's range, which is this big, and then this is this week's range, which is just like is just so small, so small. So to me, when you have a small range like this, you have to pick your spots really carefully. So we were short at the first touch of edge of value this morning, and that trade worked to take profit back into the middle of the range. But since then, we really haven't done much else. I was looking for 29,100 to trade, which was the bottom edge of value, but this has migrated up since we've traded more in the middle. So now that level is around 123. So I would pay attention when we got to that level, like around 120s, but we're going the wrong direction for that right now. Looks like we're trying to drift back up towards the high. If you're not up on the news, NVDA is reporting earnings after the bell. The NASDAQ will very much pay attention to that as well as the rest of the market. So that's probably why we're in a holding pattern as people wait to see whether NVIDIA will continue to beat on earnings. And then tomorrow and Friday is the Jackson Hole meeting for the Fed, and the market will very much pay attention to what comes out of Jackson Hole. And that's like an all-day event. And I don't know that anything is like released publicly as it goes, but that's something to keep on your radar as well. Buyers really pushing here. I'm not interested in doing anything with this until it gets back up to like 29,300 or so, but nice bounce off of the opening range low, like almost to the tick. Let me see if oil is still pulling back because that's kind of what started the sell-off originally. Was oil rallying through its overnight high? Yeah, so oil is still kind of pulling back. So the NASDAQ is trading inverse, just meaning that the NASDAQ is going up as oil is going down and vice versa. So I don't have an oil chart up here for you guys to look at, but which is mostly just, I try not to watch multiple things trade at the same time because it just confuses me. But I do have, I'll just like pull it up on my phone and take a look to see what that correlation kind of looks like. So if you're looking for the oil futures ticker, it's CL. C is in cat, L is in love. All right, I mean, we're closer to 300 than we are to the 100 line. So I'm just going to scroll up here and see if price happens to get back up to this 300 level. We still got a ways to go, still like another 40-ish points, but I would definitely be interested in fading this again, depending on how much momentum comes up to this 300 level if we get there. I'll probably be here for like another like half an hour or so. So if the NASDAQ is able to get there in the next half an hour, I'll take that trade. If it doesn't, then I'm probably just going to assume it's just going to chop around until NVIDIA earnings after the bell. If you're joining us late, you can see that my P&L is at 180 points. We shorted 3 micros up here once we got back inside of value. So shorted 300 on the way down and took profit at 240. So took about half of that move. And we were getting out of that in front of the point of control, which I think at the time was sitting at like 225. So ultimately could have taken more points on that trade, but you know, I think as traders, the trap is trying to like sell the exact high and buy the exact low or vice versa. And to me, your goal as a day trader is to capture a piece of this move and manage your risk really well. If you're consistently selling highs and buying the exact lows, I'll just tell you that long term, that isn't going to work. So don't get like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and get FOMO that I missed another 60 points to the downside because my trade worked in like 4 minutes. I think I took like 3 or 4 points, maybe 6 points of heat against me before I took a 60-point winner. That is like, by all measure, my own measures, a really fantastic trade for me. And so I'm not going to sit there and, you know, get mad that I missed another 60 or 70 points. I'm just happy that I got a good entry and it got to my target nice and quick. Micros Malik is talking about, so we're watching the NASDAQ trade, which is the main contract, futures contract. The micro contract is MNQ, which is a tenth of the size. So every point on the NASDAQ is worth $20. Every point on one MNQ contract is $2. So if you're new, you need to be trading the micros. I saw that they released the CME, which is the governing body for all futures. They have nano contracts now, which will now trade at 20 cents a tick. But right now, they don't have any volume at all. I would highly recommend you stay away from those until they do get volume. But that may eventually become something that traders can use when things start to get really, really volatile. But right now, there's not enough people trading them, so they're a dangerous product to be touching. And one of the nice things about Motive Wave that I really wish NinjaTrader would implement is that I can have this chart up. So the depth of market that you see over here and the chart are the NASDAQ chart. It's the main contract. And I can right click and it says right here, cross trade to MNQ. So I basically trade on the NASDAQ depth of market, but when I put an order in, I get filled on the micros. So I don't have to do anything different. There's ways to do it in NinjaTrader, but you have to kind of like set it up specifically, and it's just a lot more clunky. I really wish that they would do that. It's, to me, such a simple thing. It's just like an order routing thing behind the scenes and it's so like, it's such a safety switch. Like I have all of my charts to trade the micros so that I don't see, um, yeah, that's right. That's right, Malik. 3 micros times 60 points. Yeah, I honestly, I know that some people can do it. I'm not one of those people, but I think most prop accounts, the drawdown is so tight that trying to trade the bigger contracts is really, really, really hard. I think the prop companies are very happy for you to trade the larger contracts because I think your chance of potentially blowing up is a lot higher, and they make their money by you hitting the drawdown and having to buy a new account. But as far as I'm concerned, micros are the way to go, particularly on the NASDAQ. You could maybe make an argument that ES doesn't move around quite as much if you wanted to trade one ES, but it's still a lot of risk. It's still a lot of risk. So like I'm trading 3 micros, and so I know that with a $2,000 drawdown, because I'm on a 50K eval through Lucid, that the drawdown is 2,000, and so that means that I can take, you know, roughly 15-ish stops in a row before I hit that drawdown. And I think that that's pretty unlikely for me. So that's why I'm trading the 3 micros. But if you're just starting there's nothing wrong with trading 1 micro. I've traded 1 micro for a really long time. I see a few new people popping in here. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Let us know where you're coming from. Let us know what you're trading, especially if it's something that's not in queue. Maybe it's less choppy elsewhere. Give us the lowdown. Yeah, Malik, I have a funded account through Lucid, and then the one that you're watching me trade right now is an eval. So this is you've only been on the stream, I think, a couple of times, but maybe 2-ish, 3 weeks ago, I switched to a 50K eval to see if I could size up. I thought that might be something interesting for people to watch because every time I've tried to size up myself in the past, it was unsuccessful. I just couldn't handle the extra mental pressure of trading larger size. So I'm getting a bit more used to it now, like 2 to 3 weeks in. So I'm using either a 20-point stop with 3 micros or a 30-point stop with 2 micros, depending on what the volatility is. So you guys are kind of getting to watch live, what it's like for me to trade bigger size. So I have a few accounts through Lucid. I have this eval. I have like a 25K eval through NinjaTrader, which I don't trade on stream typically because I really like to teach people order flow here. And to me, NinjaTrader, their depth of market is really not so usable in my opinion. I love lots of other things about NinjaTrader's platform, but I think that Motive Wave's depth of market beats them hands down. And we're not sponsored by Lucid, just in case anybody's listening. It just happens to be the prop firm that I'm using. I really do like them and would love if they reached out to become a affiliate or partner with us in any way. That would be really great, something that we aim for long term. I think we're not quite big enough for them to do that yet, but yeah, Malik, I know some people try the long short thing. I actually tried it one time a really long time ago when I was first starting, like years and years ago, and I tried it during like a CPI spike. I lost on both accounts, and I was like, all right, well, that was the one try to try that. Now I just stick to one account. I don't even I don't even use like a copy trader or anything. I've tried those in the past too, and it's like they're great when they work. They're great when they work, but so many times it'll like fill you on a couple of contracts and not fill you on one, and then next thing you know, you're like, long still in one account and supposed to be flat or accidentally short somewhere. So I just keep it simple. Hey Josh, welcome to the stream. I mean, if you're on the buy side right now, it looks pretty dang good. Seeing just a bit of exhaustion from the buyers there. That's what this little like orb is right here, is just flagging that that move is cooling off. Doesn't mean it's going to reverse, but just taking a little breather. That's one of the tricky things about trading exhaustion or trying to trade exhaustive moves is that if you're going to look to detect exhaustion, so like how ScalperIQ detects exhaustion, um, see you later, Malik. Thanks for joining. So if you're looking for how to detect exhaustion, right, you want to like look for extremes. So like exhaustion tends to happen at the end of very extreme moves in one direction or another. So like that's your first stage, right? Like you think about this like a staged rocket. So like the first stage is an extreme in one direction or another, both with price action and with volume. So like very extended in one direction, price is trading faster, volume is trading heavier. That's the first stage. You have to have that first before you get exhaustion. So then exhaustion really comes in the form of cooling off from that extreme. So like you're pushing, you're pushing, you're pushing, and suddenly, let's say this is to the buy side, then sellers step in, the buyers start to, the buyers start to participate less, volume starts to trickle off, and then you pull back. And that pullback, let's say that pullback fully reverses and goes all the way back to the low of day, right? Like that type of exhaustion from like a detection standpoint looks the same as exhaustion that just like, kind of rolled over slowly and didn't pull back all the way. And so that's why these markers from ScalperIQ or any way that you're reading exhaustion have to be taken in context, right? So like if we had an exhaustive signal up outside of value, I would pay a lot more attention to that than I will right here at 270. So price just took a little breather and now you're right back up to where it flagged exhaustion the first time. So just a little like zoomed out picture of what exhaustion is and that it can be really tricky to trade because inevitably in a really big fast down move or a big fast up move, you're going to get little moments where the market pauses. And that pause is what kind of is the first part of looking for this is potential exhaustive behavior. So, yeah, nice, Josh. Hopefully that was a nice winning trade for you. It's a really great bounce off the opening range low. I was looking for a lot lower to potentially trade that from the long side, but I'll be here for like another 15 or 20 minutes. See if the Nasdaq can get up near 29,300. Would be interested in potentially taking a short if we get up there. Um, if anybody has any questions in the meantime, order flow, market, whatever related, feel free to throw them in chat. I will try to answer them here in the next 15 or 20 minutes. If you haven't hit the like button yet, we would greatly appreciate it. It helps the stream grow. And if it grows and we're able to partner with a company like Lucid, we'll be more than happy to give you guys discounted accounts if we're able to get our hands on some of those. So we're pretty early on in growing the stream, um, but appreciate you guys being early adopters and hanging out with us here. Also, if the market stays choppy, there's a pinned message in chat to a video of ours called Rewind the Tape, where we take a trade from the live stream and break it down in greater detail, slower motion, show what the depth of market was showing, kind of talk about what my thought process was. It's just kind of a good way to learn order flow, because I try to walk you guys through it whenever I'm trading live as best I can, but I'm trading my actual accounts and I'm putting on risk. So I'm not always quite as thorough in terms of what I'm talking through and try my best. But during the Rewind the Tape episodes, they're about 10 to 15 minutes long. They're not super long, but just they go into a lot more detail about why I'm taking a trade, how I'm managing risk, what I was seeing. So this week's episode is actually looking at a losing trade. I want to be really careful to not be uploading episodes where they're only winning trades because if you watch the stream, I definitely take losing trades. But I think it was an interesting losing trade because there was an iceberg order involved that kind of like talked to was like informed my entry and ultimately price got like maybe halfway to my profit target and rolled back down, rolled over and stopped us out. But check that out if you have time. It's like 10 to 15 minutes long, so it's not super long. There's 3 episodes. We release a new one every week. So if you're not subscribed, feel free to hit the subscribe button and you'll get a notification whenever we upload a new one of those. Buyers kind of struggling at the edge of this delta zone, which they haven't been able to get through. So this is just an extreme from the overnight. So kind of from like 284 to like 270. So it's like a 14 to 15 point zone. Price just kind of struggling to get through this. Kind of popped its head above it earlier, and then sold off pretty heavy from there. I'm interested if I'm going to take a short, I'm interested closer to 300, which is where I shorted already once in the morning. So if you see my P&L is around 180, that was from that earlier trade in the morning. I haven't taken any trades since then. And this red line is just the higher time frame level. So this has migrated a little bit. It was kind of like right at 300. Now it's closer to 311. So this value area has changed, but this line here mostly corresponds to the higher time frame level here. They just moved a little bit because this is based on volume. So as we've traded more this morning, those levels have shifted around just a little bit. I'm not going to move mine now. It's close enough for me to know that we're trading at the edge of value if we get close to the red line. And if you're new to the stream, I typically trade for looking for a 3-to-1 risk to reward. So I'm either using a 20 or a 30 point stop. And looking for 60 or 90 points. Today I was trading with a 20 point stop, which I think is still appropriate because the range is pretty tight here. I think getting 90 points out of this is probably trickier than getting 60. So we were short at 300 and then got out at 240 on the way down. So honestly, like if price gets up there again, that's what I would be interested in doing for a second time. But I think it's harder to do the second time as we get later into the session. Also, as we get closer and closer to the closing bell, we're like, what are we now? Like 12:30 here. So we're like about 2.5 hours from the close. We get closer and closer to NVDA earnings. I think that the market is going to want to move around less and less. People aren't going to want to be, positioned offsides for that unknown earnings print. Yeah, I agree with you, Josh. I know there's so many different ways that people trade this stuff. Uh, it's what makes the market move ultimately. People taking positions for one reason or another, and it working or not working. Josh, what part of Europe are you in, if you don't mind sharing? Just curious. It's funny because like our viewership on the stream tends to be lower right around the New York Open, which is, you know, here in the US is typically the time that most people are trading. But I've actually seen as we've gotten deeper into the stream that more and more people join later in the day. And I'm just kind of wondering if that's coinciding to some of the times in different parts of the world when people are stepping in to come trade. Switzerland. Nice. I've actually never been to Europe. My wife desperately wants to go. I've been to Asia a couple of times in college, which was a really fun and interesting experience. So Europe is on the travel list for sure. Getting real close to this 300 level, like 13 points off. Typically, I this is around where I kind of end the stream, but we're so close to this level, I'm gonna see if they get it up to 300 and see if I can potentially take one more trade. It's a pretty strong rally, both from the NASDAQ as well as ES followed as well. YM still looks the weakest of all the Dow looks the weakest of all the indexes right now. So this is like edge of value for the session itself, but the edge of weekly value is closer to like 300 to 310. And that's the level that I want to be playing off of. But it very well could reject here right at the edge of session value as well. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think the hardest part about trading this kind of like fade the edges type thing is that, you saw in the morning that like the NASDAQ got about 30 points through that level, before it ultimately came back down. So you don't want to step in front of it for sure. Like I don't think it's a very smart way to trade to just like put your offer there and just like wait for price to get there, because I think a lot of times the NASDAQ in particular likes to run stops up. And so I want to be shorting the backside of that move. I don't want to be on the front side, because if it's just going to like pop through here and try to come trade the opening range high, like I don't want to be short in front of that. This also has quite a bit of momentum coming off the lows here, so and if you're new and you're like not quite sure how to gauge momentum, this is on a 500 fixed volume chart. So like every candle prints whenever there's 500 contracts traded. But like on a 5-minute chart, it's this NASDAQ move has like, I think one very small red candle on the way up. So that's what I mean by momentum. And just to judge it here, you just don't see a lot of pullbacks, right? So like this has even more momentum than this pullback or this rally did, right? Because you rallied, pulled back, rally, pull back, rally, pull back. This is just one direction on the way up. So another little rejection there outside of value. It's kind of what I was talking about, that it might reject a little early before our 300 level. But whenever I have levels like that on my chart, I'm just stubborn. I'll just wait until price gets there. I'm not going to touch it before then, because I'll be so annoyed with myself if I short this around like 285 just outside of value, and then it comes up, trades like 310 or 305, stops me out, and then rolls over. And then my original trade idea would have worked, and the one that wasn't the original trade idea got me stopped out. I feel like that's just like bad for more like my own morale. Nice trading, Josh. Sticking to those rules. Long term, that's what makes you money. If you're just joining the stream, welcome. I'm here for like another 20-ish minutes or so, just seeing if the NASDAQ can trade 29,300 for a potential short trade back to the middle. We already took that trade once early in the stream, right around 9 o'clock Central Time. Since then, we've had some decent rotations, but mostly just trading inside of the weekly value area. And I don't want to be touching it inside of the weekly value because the week is super, super choppy. So I'm waiting for it to get to the edges. So the first place we're going to look at is around 300 to 310 on the NASDAQ. But I'm only going to give it about another 15 minutes. So 1 o'clock Central Time. I'm only going to give it about another 15 minutes to get there. If it doesn't get there, I'm just going to call it for the session. We'll take a nice winner from the early part and be back again on Friday. You're also noticing that like as price pulls back, the candle coloring is still staying on this blue bicolor. So what that means is just that the volume and the aggression from the sellers as they pull back is just a lot lighter than the volume put in from the buyers. So as the sellers are pushing back, they're just not pushing as much volume and aggression to the downside. So buyers might still have room in the tank here to try to push this a little bit higher. Would love to see them get this above 300 though. I just the way that it's trading and it's really struggling and like the 290s, the 280s, I think like a little extra squeeze through there, just enough to kind of get buyers excited that this might go higher, might set up for a nice short side trade from 300 to 310-ish for an entry. But right now they're just taking too long for for what I'm kind of looking for here. I just don't like to trade too deep into the afternoon. I'm just not a very good afternoon trader. I trade better in the morning. Levels are just cleaner. We haven't chopped as much. Things have a little bit better direction. This little cluster of prices here, which is like really hard to read, so I apologize for that. But basically it's the previous day's close and the Globex open for the NASDAQ. They're just like basically almost the same price. I think they're like 2 ticks difference or something like that. That's twice now that the NASDAQ has come up to that level here in the last hour, couple hours, and not been able to get through that price. All right, guys, I think this is just starting to take a little longer than I would like to see this get back above 300. So I'm going to start doing my wrap up for the stream. So just want to remind you guys that NVIDIA has earnings after the bell. That will be a very fast volatility event, particularly for the NASDAQ. So I don't know if any of you trade after the bell, but do know that that's coming and that it will move the NASDAQ around quite a bit. So be careful if you're trading around that time. Also, just know as you get closer to the closing bell, that with an event like that afterwards, price can start to do some kind of odd things as we get closer and closer to the actual earnings print, which will come very soon after the close. Tomorrow and Friday has Jackson Hole, which is a Fed meeting. The market will pay attention to that. It's kind of an ongoing all day event. So just have that on your radar. If you missed our pinned message in the chat, we have a new episode of Rewind the Tape that's out. It's our third episode where we break down our trades in a little bit more detail from the live stream, so feel free to check that out. If you're watching the stream and you haven't hit like and you haven't hit subscribe, please do so. It helps support the channel. We'll be back again on Friday morning. We do this every week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8:30 to around noon-ish Central Time. So we appreciate you guys all joining in. Everybody stay safe as you continue to trade for the rest of the session. Hope to see you all again on Friday. Everybody stay safe and enjoy the fireworks after the bell when NVIDIA reports earnings. Cheers, everyone.